Just need to make sure the audio's working. And I can read the chat, so... Okay, it looks good. Alright. Let's do this. Sometime after 3 a.m. That's close. Whew. Now it's got a huge flat spot on it. Alright, so I'm gonna just refresh my lines here. So I can pretend I can see them. Permanent my ass. Alright. Yep, so we're making shafts for Turkish spindle. So we're turning hard maple. Vicky is currently laying out a bunch of the arms for me to cut out. So hooray for Vicky. This is my test world. And I have this notch cut out on the story stick so I can register it against that. Then transfer the lines over. And I just sharpened all my chisels, so... Well, I did the 2 gouges in my skew. They're the ones I use the most. And I re-round the skew to get more of an angle on it. Over the last couple times, it's been kind of squaring up, so I'm slowly bringing it back. Couple more sharpenings and it'll be a nice crisp angle. Alright, now we're sanded, so we're going to burnish. I have some wood chips here. And then we're going to take some wax. This is paste wax. So we did everything we could do well between centers. That just means that side is clamped in with a 4-jaw chuck. This side I have a live center, so it's a pin with a bearing on it, so it's spinning. So we did as much work as we could while it's supported on both sides. And now I'm going to form the finial on the top. So we're still clamped in, so it's holding it. And you can see it's running nice and true. Nice and straight. So I'm going to support it with my hand when I cut it off on the bottom. I'm not going to do this for everyone as far as moving my arm way out here. There we go. I realized I didn't have any arms over here. Hey, thank you for the heart. There we go. So that's what it's going to look like when it's done. guys, welcome in. If you guys have any questions, feel free to ask. I can see the chat. So we're using a roughing gouge just to get close. So the roughing gouge is very aggressive. Hey V, how's it going? Now we're going to switch to a spindle gouge, which is flatter. Takes off less material. And gives a finer finish. So I'm going to shut the lathe off while backing this off so we can see what the shaft's doing. And this one's running nice and true. So we'll keep going. Alright, now we're going to burn a couple decorative lines. So what I do is I use some picture frame hanging wire. So I took 2 strands off of it and then applied them together to make it the thickness I want. And you just hold the wire onto the wood when it's spinning. Give you a nice little detail there. The reason I burn the lines in between, it just makes the beads pop more. Hey, Ann, how's it going? Welcome in. So today we're going to be making a bunch of shafts, and then eventually we're going to be on the scroll saw cutting stuff out. Vicky is laying out the Turkish spindles right now, so. If you're new to the stream, my name is Scott. So this channel, we do a lot of beginner to intermediate woodworking projects. Lots of scroll saw stuff, and some lathe stuff as well. So this is actually my day job. I run Snyder Spindles. I've been making these full time since 2013. So I'm kind of going down the list here. I'm going to be making 8-inch, 7-inch, and 6-inch today. So I made 2 8-inch, I'm going to make 2 7, and then 2 6. And I just keep repeating that. I also make a 4 1/4 inch shaft, but this tool rest is too long for that, so I'd have to put in a different tool rest. So the shaft is long enough. When I start making the smaller ones, when I make a 6 inch, I can get a 6 inch and a 4 1/2 inch out of the same piece. Oh, cool. That's great. So did the antler kind of smell kind of funky? Just asking. Nice. I'm happy that worked out for you. Yeah, I'm looking over. Vicky is. I see there's some tiger maple, some Paduke, some red heart, some purple heart. Looks like some Bacote, and is that black walnut? So there's a bunch of funky woods coming up. Respirator, no smell. That's the way to go. I would have taken a quick sniff. That's just me. I'm not the brightest one. Don't ask me the first time I found ether. No, I'm kidding. Chloroform smells like tired. Oh, let me show you something. Hang on a second. So I've been making these for a long time. Delicious salmon. So somebody asked me yesterday if I could 3D print this size. So I went into Fusion 360 and duplicated it. So I guess we're going to be 3D printing some of these as well. So the weight's around the same. So yeah, it's like enough. That was the fun for yesterday. So Fusion 360 for the win. And Inkscape for the win. So when I design patterns and stuff, I always design them as SVGs, so a scalable vector graphic. So all I had to do was take the pattern I already had. I had to adjust a little bit because I have a center line on the pattern, so I had to take that off. But then I could take that sketch, bring it into Fusion 360, and just select the sketch itself, and then just extrude to the thickness I needed. And then I had to punch actually the square hole in the top. I had to adjust the size of it. Otherwise, you could just extrapolate right from there and have the hole in there. But yeah, and then I rounded it over. There's a nice fillet. I used 5 layers, 5 walls on these with 15% infill. So normally when I print stuff out, it normally has 2 walls, so 5 walls. This thing is pretty darn solid. Oh, I'm starting to feel much better. So yeah, we've got some weird flu bug. But yeah, it's nice. We were still able to come in here, and one day Vicky was on the couch for most of the day while I worked. The next day I was on the couch while she worked. Yeah. So now I feel like we're just catching up a little bit. Do another 8-inch. I'm very happy. I'm feeling better too. What's that? We're not 100% by any means, but I'm probably 90%. It's the best I felt in a long time. So it was kind of up in the air whether we wanted to work today or not, and I felt, yeah, might as well work for a few hours today. My numbers on Facebook are just plummeting. So live streaming it is. What? Oh, what did I say? I said Facebook? I meant YouTube. I'm sorry. Trying to... Yeah, it's just, yeah. You gotta keep going. Keep working at it. So I looked yesterday, and Buck Tool still has not brought those. They sent me a scroll saw to review in November, and when I posted my video, they sold out and they haven't replenished. So they missed all of December. So I don't know what they're doing. You know, they said in November to I could either buy it off Amazon and they could reimburse me, or I could wait for the ship to come in. Which was in transit in November. So I'm thinking it's probably sitting in a warehouse somewhere, and they're waiting for the tariffs to change. At least that's what I would do. But that's all speculation. And it's a shame because it's a nice saw. Yeah, so I decided my next large format video is going to come out next week. I'm just not really in a design a project sort of mood today. I think I'm going to take tomorrow off. Especially if the Packers lose tonight. I'm not working tomorrow. Yeah. Because the day after a Packer loss against the Bears is not a good day to be in public. I don't even follow sports, but it's a good time to go grocery shopping. Another 7. If you guys could do me a favor and double click on the screens if you're on your phone, or click that heart button a couple times, it would encourage the algorithm to get more people in here. Alright, now we're going to make a couple 6-inch ones. So this is hard maple. I ordered the doweling oversized. That way I could true it up. So I'm using this wrench as a caliper. If it slips over, I know I'm on size. Got a line on my tool rest. Which shows me where the taper starts. sand that out. It's running nice and straight. I'll put my test whirl on there, register it against the whirl, and then transfer the lines over. So the bottom has a couple beads. We're going to be using a beading tool. Set them in and I'm giving it just a little wiggle back and forth. These are so thin you can see I'm bending it by hand. If I don't support it while I'm doing that cut, it'll shatter. And then there will be a bunch of vertical lines all over it. And that's not the look we're going for. We're going to take our skew, lay out the finial. I'm going to come back and just blend those two tapers together. Then we're going to burn a couple decorative lines. Turn this lathe speed down a little bit and sand. Oh, it got away from me. That's supposed to hold it. We're going to burnish and add a little bit of wax. Come up to the top, finish the finial up with my skew. You can see it's running nice and straight. There we go, there's a 6-inch shaft. So we're getting close. So there's a bunch of different ways that we could lay out these lines. I mean, we could leave it running. Then I could use this wrench to say, okay, that's my starting point. Leave a little mark. And then lay it right there. But I prefer to shut it off and look to make sure it's straight. Otherwise, you do all the work, and then you get something you're going to throw away. The sooner you can catch the fact that it's bad, the better. And the simple truth is they're not all going to work. Wood's a natural material. There's internal stresses in wood. So I think it's worth the extra couple seconds to save yourself some time in the back end. Thank you for the heart. Do another 6-inch. So by using that story stick, we're able to get very, very, very consistent sizes. What's that? Nice. Cha-ching. Yeah, so we just hit a sale on, I think, Etsy. Yeah. Yeah, so Snyder Spindles has its own website, which is through Shopify. And then we also have Etsy. I've been on Etsy since 2008. This shop started in 2013. Prior to that, I was making a lot of wooden signs and toys. Little decorative signs like this. You know, before Hobby Lobby started importing a bunch of stuff from China. Sold a lot of really big ampersands. Made bacon signs for quite a while. Food Network magazine actually had one of my bacon signs in it. They had a bacon issue. Like, oh yeah, you can order the sign for your kitchen. So I made quite a few bacon signs. For a walk. Let's check out the 3D printers. I made that one black one. Careful. When you hurry, that's when accidents happen. Looks like they all worked. So I printed one out of this dichromatic filament. So it's black on the bottom and this pink color. And then on the X1 carbons, I made one that glows in the dark. And you could see through it, so you could see the support material. The infill. Come over here. So these were the first prints in the morning, so I ran the calibration on them. There we go. They don't look too bad. So yeah, this is a new item. Let's go orange. So I'm using the AMS, so I have 4 different colors up there. We'll do a purple one. And there we go. Cool. So yeah, these are brand new. You're the first people to see them. Alright, we're back to turning hard maple again. And Vicky's drilling holes, so maybe do another 4 of these, then hop on the scroll saw for a while. Got a little vibration on the top, so we'll make it into a 6-inch. 6-inch. Sure where that line came from. Alright, so we're going to back off the tailstock to see how it's running. Looks good. Keep going. So if you're just coming in, welcome. My name is Scott. This channel, Making with Scott, we make a lot of beginner to intermediate woodworking projects, a lot of scroll saw work, a little bit of lathe work as well. So this is actually me doing my day job. I run Snyder Spindles. So I've been doing this full-time since 2013. So it's been a while. Now we're just burnishing. You're gonna add a little bit of paste wax as a protectant. So we've been in this workspace for a little over a year, like 14 months. We were lucked out. We found well, it used to be a little grocery store back in 1900. So it's one of those little shotgun brick buildings that are attached, you know, classic Midwest downtown, where all the buildings are stacked together. Some of them have shared walls. So we're in one of those. And the best part is it's about a 5-minute drive from my house, where it takes about 15 minutes to walk here. So we're on the main street, which is actually Wisconsin Avenue, but that doesn't matter. It's like 2 blocks long, and we've got a small public library, and there's a contractor, a little building for a contractor, and 2 bars, because it's Wisconsin, so. We have another woodworker next door. So there's a lot of nothing going on downtown here. And we sell the majority of our stuff online, so we do online, we do festivals, we do some limited wholesaling. So we do have a small area up front that we can sell out of for retail, but we just do by appointment only. So if somebody wants to come in, they can try out a bunch of different stuff and figure out what they want. We don't necessarily have to have a bunch of stuff on shelves. Eventually, I like to start having like a craft night here. People can show up and kind of a stitching bitch, you know. Come with their knitting or crocheting or weaving or whatever, spinning, hang out. Actually put it onto spindle. It's a tiger maple, curly maple. Just to get a finish on that, just pops. This is what I would call corn cobby, where it's really densely packed in there. It's pretty. Alright, I think we'll make one more 7-inch, and then we'll go over and start making stuff on the scrolls. So for me, the scroll sawing I do sitting down. So, you know, I'll do this for a couple hours. I'll go sit down for a couple hours, you know. You know, when I was in my 30s, or even my 40s, standing up all day wasn't a big deal. But I'm getting older. I used to do a lot of my scroll sawing standing up. So right now we're making a whole bunch of stuff to get the websites filled back up after the holiday season. And then we're also working on inventory for a show coming up. We have a festival coming up in March. But that's months away. Yeah, that's why you start now. If you start and give yourself, ample time, you don't have to work, 12-hour days at the end. So a couple days ago, I was complaining that I just had to reorder this remote for the switches because every couple of years they get full of wax, and I use them enough where I wear the switches out. But I think the dust and the wax is the main problem. Somebody's like, just put it in a plastic bag. So I put it in a plastic bag, and then I use my sealer to seal it in. I mean, now it won't get full of wax. People are smart. I am not. As the girlfriend agrees. She's over there just shaking her head, nodding her head. I am not. As she's defending herself. All right, we'll come over to the scroll saw. Hang on, I got my headphones in. Yes?
Will 24 spindles be enough for the day?
I guess so.
You want more?
I guess 24 will be enough.
Maybe? You think so?
Maybe.
I can lay out another.
It'll be enough for my first round, that's for sure.
Okay.
That'll be enough. That'll be enough. Yeah.
I mean, we're only going to be here till 5, right?
Yeah, that'll be enough.
So.
All right. So we're going to start out by cutting some bacote. So this comes from Mexico. I'm not sure how much further down in North America it goes, but So I'm just cutting these sticks into more manageable sizes. So the scroll saw blade we're using today is going to be a number 7. We're going to be using some Olson PGT blades, precision ground tooth. It's a very aggressive blade. It is a reverse tooth blade, so the teeth face up on the bottom and the rest of the blade they face down. So it takes care of the tear out that happens on the bottom. This is a double skip tooth. So it's got 2 blades. And then it's got a gap, which is called a gullet. That's the width of the 2 blades. So 2 blades gap, 2 blades gap, 2 blades gap. The reason for the gullets is it gives an area for the sawdust to accumulate. And then when the saw goes up and down, it clears the wood chips much better than if you were to have a blade that had solid teeth down the blade. I need to drill a couple holes, so we'll just go like that. So these have basically a mortise cut in them. So we're going to drill holes, entry holes for using the scroll saw to make that mortise. So, you may be asking why we use blue painter's tape. And the reason for that is we use a paper pattern that we glue to the wood. So we put the tape down and we glue this to the top of the tape. That way when we're done, we can peel the pattern off like a sticker and there's no residual glue on the bottom. For a lot of years, I would just glue directly to the wood and then use mineral spirits to dissolve the glue. But then you're always playing with mineral spirits and you don't want to have your hands constantly in contact with a solvent if you can get away with it. So I'll work right there. Better up here. Doesn't really matter because right now it's so big I can't. Alrighty, so we'll start in the middle here. So you can see that both these arms just have one line through. Hey, how's it going? Welcome back. How you doing today? Thank you, honey. gonna just peel off the pattern on the arm. There we go. Now that's ready for sanding. So just verifying. Sometimes I make them with different thicknesses, so the mortise will have to be adjusted for that. And that's the cool thing about the scroll saw is you can drill a hole and then you can put the blade inside so you can make internal cuts. Yep. Now I'm verifying that these holes are centered to each other. So I'm just flipping it around so that's both directions you can put it on. Then we'll take that pattern off. And then this one is ready for sanding and balancing. But yeah, the Bacote is, or Bacote, I'm not sure. Very pretty wood. To be honest, I love working spun is, yeah, it sure is. It's very enjoyable. I really like it. Hey, Barry, how's it going? Yeah. And the fact that I get to do this for a living is just freaking amazing. I'm not doing like, rough construction. I'm not building houses outside in the winter. And I get to sit down on my little scroll saw and do my work. It's not a bad thing. Yep, so we're using Bacote right now, which is a very pretty wood. And then we got some bird's eye maple coming up too. Is that blade really dull, honey? I think he's on another scroll saw cutting a piece of wood in half. Oh, she's wearing headphones. She's wearing earplugs, so yeah. You've only used timber, some more rough cut stuff. Yeah. I mean, the only reason I'm using exotic woods, quote unquote, is because, you know, people are willing to spend the money on the exotic woods. You did make a birdhouse? Definitely. Yeah, so I do have certain models that are made out of domestic woods like cherry and walnut and maple. Those are less expensive. And then I also 3D print them, which are even less expensive. So it all depends what you want, you know? So we are cutting out the drop spindles that are used to spin yarn. You mainly work on stuff from wood at school, but you do have minimal stuff at home, right? Hey, there's nothing wrong with that. Yeah, at school I had access to a lathe, and at home I did not. My father thought lathes were way too dangerous. And he would run an old rusty table saw with no guards on. It's amazing. I miss that man. But yeah, I mean, it's the same as, you know, going to a maker space, you know, rather than having to buy everything. If you're lucky enough to live by one. The main project school, yeah, I hear ya. Hey, Antonio, how's it going? Hey, Carlos. Welcome in. You made a cane for your grandpa? Awesome. I'm sure it was a very much appreciated gift. My grandfather was a carver. He made lots of like birds. Yeah, as part of growing up. When I was 12, I spent a few weeks with him on the farm learning how to carve birds. Really awesome. So, yeah, I have a couple of his carvings. I don't have them here, though. I have them at my house. Oh, awesome. So you got a custom cane. I think that'd be custom. Yeah, so we are making Turkish drop spindles that are used to spin yarn. We're currently making the arms. We were turning the shafts on the lathe a few minutes ago. So this is what they look like. And here's one that I've been using. So you spin yarn with them. So this is what came before the spinning wheel. What material are we using? This is Bocote, which comes from Mexico. I'm not sure how much further down it goes into North America. We're going to be cutting some bird's eye maple in a little bit here. And for the most part, the shafts are hard maple. I'll do some exotic ones as well, but that's what we're making today. See if I can get this. Really, there's no room for it in this angle. If I put it down here, you can't see it because of the text. There's just no winning with this thing. But then you can't see it go up and down. We'll just ditch that. This is a. Is this a business or just online business? Or not? That's cool. Yeah, this is what I do full time. Um, we do sell primarily online, but we do wholesale to yarn shops. Not a whole lot. We've cut way down on it. We kind of kept the original, like, I don't know, the original dozen stores. Um, and we do some limited wholesaling for other people as well. And then we sell at festivals. So we'll go. We're in Wisconsin. Our next show is in Raleigh, North Carolina, in March. So we've done shows, North Carolina, South Carolina, New York, Texas. So this year we're doing a show in California in October, I want to say. So that's going to be our first show that we're going to do a test where we're going to fly there and just have a couple suitcases full of product. Normally we do a 10 by 20 foot booth. So this would be a small one. You should try Australia. I would love to try Australia. Can you tell me a dad joke? How many flies does it take to screw in a light bulb? Live in Greenville. The show we did in South Carolina was very north. The venue was actually where the PTL club was. So their studio is where we actually the show was the first time. Oh, it takes two. We just don't know how they got in there. Well, Australia in July, there's oh God, Vicky, what's the show in July in Australia? Bendigo, right? Bendigo. There's a show in Bendigo. I just told a dad joke, and that's a pretty good dad joke. Horse walks into a bar. The bartaker takes a look at him and says, "Why the long face?" Yeah, Bendigo is like the biggest one in Australia that I'm aware of. I don't think any of my product is in Australia right now, but Layer of the Bearded Dragon, he makes a lot of supported spindles. Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, please. You can tell a dad joke. Absolutely. I'm sorry. I misread. No, yeah, we're still about 90% there. We're getting over. We got hit by some whomping flu bug here, and it was one of those weird ones where you can't sleep. Where do golfers always have two pairs of? Why do golfers always have two pairs of shorts? In case they get a hole in one.
Really?
Is that in case they get a hole in one? I'm just guessing. You're an Australian, so that seems chill. Yeah. I don't know. See, the problem is the big difference between Australia and America is when we see AC/DC, we pronounce it AC/DC. It never once crossed our mind to call it Akadaka.
Right.
Yes. Out of all the things in Australia that can kill you, I don't know why you guys had to make up drop bears. Don't understand it. Oh, I love Australia. I really do. It's on my bucket list. Yeah, I used to sell quite a bit to Australia. How else did you guys know away from the trees? Oh man, you guys have what they're cockatoos that destroy your cars? They pull the gasket out on the windshields. I think the scary part is the koalas already have chlamydia, so I think that's bad enough. Yeah, before the current administration here, we used to sell quite a bit to Australia. Um, but because of the tariffs that are going on in America now and the whatever, eventually I think Congress is going to say, you can't do that and things will somewhat return to normal, but who knows? I mean, we got another 3 years of maintaining, but hopefully after that, we'll get back to sending internationally a lot more. Just crazy. Yep, that's a nice way of saying it. I mean, I've been on several podcasts,
Don't get my hopes up.
right? Yeah, with a crafter in Australia. So, and of course, the first thing I did was I made my camera be upside down, so you guys know how it felt.
You did, didn't you?
I did. I flipped my camera upside down. Hello, Y2. How's it going? And I love merino. Australian merino is just amazing fiber. Yeah, when we sell everything we make, basically is fiber tools. So it's very, a very niche thing. So yeah, so fiber festivals are really the only place that we can sell this kind of stuff. If I made a bunch of other things like seasonal type decorated wood stuff, you can sell that all over the place. Hey, T Touch, how's it going? Welcome in. Yeah, so typically people who buy this stuff when they go to a festival, they know they're buying this stuff. They just don't accidentally go, oh, maybe I should get this weird thing.
Well, sometimes you do have,
Yeah.
beginners that are introduced, but then you have people.
Oh, normally their friends are there that already spin, and their friends are like, yeah, you buy that, I'll teach you how to spin. That's a really good deal. You should buy that.
And then there are on occasion people that will just go to, because they're curious. So they're there like for the first time and
Yeah. You know, I was planning on doing a fall market this year, and then just things didn't work out. Where I'd make a whole bunch of fall oriented and Christmas oriented things to sell, whether it would be like decorative pieces or um, like charcuterie boards or cutting boards, that kind of thing.
Maybe next year?
Maybe next year. Testing. I mean, I do a lot of scroll saw work and lathe work, but I also 3D print, I laser engrave. I got a CNC machine that I'm slowly learning. Um, I was making things in the first week that I was selling, so it's not like it's not producing money. It's just I want to be more comfortable at it. So it's very similar to like the 3D printer, the laser engraver, as far as the files go and the software goes. So. All right, let's see. See, S asked, how dangerous is a scroll saw? It's one of the safest tools in the workshop that has the word saw in it. Yeah, you can cut yourself with it, but you'll be rushing to put a band-aid on it. It's not something where you're going to be able to cut your finger off. Um, it's a reciprocating blade. So, like a bandsaw, since it's a big loop, it's always pulling down, so it cuts more efficiently. And these blades are super, super tiny, so it's pretty safe. I started on the saw when I was 12. My kids, I think I set them down when they're like 10 to 12. And, basically keep your fingers away from the blade. I put there's a guard that comes with these saws that sticks out and kind of gets in the way. But when you're first starting out, it's a good idea to use that. The chisels, yeah. If they're sharp, they'll bite you. And yeah, so you're sitting at an angle, so it looks like the blade is closer to my fingers than it actually is. I usually I usually try to stay about a quarter inch away from the front of the blade. Yeah. So the Bacote, we got 3 different sizes here. So the first tool you learned on was a wood shaver or whatever the name is. I don't know. Are we talking about a rasp? A plane? Yeah. So now, sounds like a plane. It sure does. I guess a rasp would be more of a wood scraper. I don't know. Thank you, hon. Okay. I'm quite content right here, right now.
Actually, I might. Are you hungry?
A little bit.
That's some lunch.
Yeah, I'll eat a piece of chicken if you make a piece of chicken. But I don't. I'm not gonna take a break. I'm live streaming.
Do
So.
you want tots also then?
If there's 2 strips of chicken, that'd be great.
Okay. All right. Yeah.
But
I
yeah,
can do that.
yeah. If you want to make tots, I'll eat tots too. But I don't need them.
Okay. All right.
But-
Yeah. I don't know if I want to do tots.
All right. So I just like to say that yes, Vicky is making lunch, but I did make dinner last night, and I typically make breakfast too. So we share the responsibility of food making, right, honey?
Yeah.
But you definitely cook more than I do. But yeah, well, breakfast I make a lot more breakfast than you.
Yeah, you do.
But I also have to eat in the morning because of my diabetes.
Yeah.
Oh, speaking of which, I'll be right back in 1 second, guys. I just have to take a pill. Do you have water in your glass?
I do. Yeah, it's nice to have the table open and I can like set stuff down.
Right. All right. So, eat a vegetable once in a while, guys. It'll help. Peel the pattern off. So, yeah, using the blue painter's tape, just make sure you don't get any adhesive onto the wood itself. And as far as the spray adhesive goes, we use 3M Super 77. I've used a lot of different spray adhesives. I've been squirrel sawing since 1987. It was a plane. Nice. Yeah, so primarily I make very, very small things. You could tell, like my table saw is nothing to It's a cheap table saw. Since I do mainly scroll saw work, it doesn't matter. It's just to get these boards to be the right, you know, the right height or whatever. If I was making furniture, I'd have a much better one. Have I heard of Tim Schulze? No, I have not. He does woodwork stuff as well. Nice. And after this one, we'll run over to the 3D printers and grab that new spindle. So I designed the prototype last night. Well, I did it yesterday. And I printed out a test print. And then I refined it and did another print overnight. Well, it took an hour. It's just I wasn't here.
Huh? Our water from home,
Yeah?
out of our filter,
Yeah?
385
Wow.
parts per million.
Yeah. And the other stuff is 0 once you filter it?
Yep.
Yeah. How does woodwork stuff as well? Oh, he does woodwork stuff as well. Yeah. I read that already. Sorry. Right? I thought we were going to buy another one of those pictures.
Yeah.
Okay. They have them at Menards. So I'm doing an initial little run. Somebody asked about me designing a custom thing for them, and I'm like, okay, fine. And, well, if I designed it, I might as well sell them as well. We'll see how well they go over. I'm not expecting big things. People prefer the wooden ones over the plastic ones, but they both work. It's just a matter of, price. All right, so we got this one. This is printed out on the A1 Mini. So it's dichromatic filament. So it's that kind of, I don't even know, raspberry-esque color and black. So we'll do another bed of those. Well, the bed is one. And then we printed it out. He does medieval kind of stuff. Cool. Purple. And we have an orange one. So yeah, I'm just doing a little run of these. So we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Let's do that dichromatic filament, that blue raspberry. Sorry. Like tourist stores and other stuff like that. Nice. Come over here. We'll do a green one because everybody likes lime green. All right. And then in an hour, we should have a bunch more. These have laser engraving on the top. It's a Turkish motif that they use for Afghans, rugs. Sure. It would be Snyder Spindles on Etsy if you're not in America. So, SnyderSpindles.com for America, or Snyder Spindles on Etsy. For international. Etsy does a better job as far as collecting the VAT and all that other stuff. So, yeah, so America, that. Otherwise, Etsy. Yeah, Etsy has more product than we do on Shopify.
So it's not like the US customers can't shop on Etsy, but
No, US can shop on Etsy too. It's just we have the other store just in case.
in case Etsy has their thumb up there.
Yeah, Etsy is already. Well, we used to be just on Etsy, and then we were paying for. It was called Pattern, so you had your own website, but Etsy managed it, and it was nice because if you bought something off that website, it would be taken out of the inventory on Etsy, so you wouldn't even, from our standpoint, it was just you would just go to Etsy and do all our packaging on Etsy, you know. But Etsy shut our store down one time for like 4 days for no reason. So we kind of had to separate. If this is your sole income and Etsy decides, oh, we're just going to shut your account down for no reason.
And it was over a weekend after an update, and I don't remember if it was a sale.
Yeah, it was a sale too. We had a sale. They killed us on Friday, and then it was like Tuesday or Wednesday before we got it somewhat up. And they weren't able to answer what happened, or it was a pain in the butt.
Oh, you're back on.
Oh yeah, we turned it back on. Don't worry about what happened. Well, how can I prevent what happened if you don't know what happened? Found it? Cool. Don't get me wrong, I've been on Etsy since 2008. This store was started in 2013, but I've been on there since 2008. I've seen a lot change on that website. And don't get me wrong, I'm not anti-Etsy. Etsy's fine. But for the amount you pay in fees and stuff, they really need to treat people a little better. Yeah, when they went public, it was the worst possible scenario for people who actually use the site. Look like, yeah. Yeah, they do have a hilt. And kids have grabbed these off tables at festivals and started swashbuckling with them, which leads to horrified parents taking away said swords. Yep. Is that blade dull, honey?
I don't know. Maybe? I don't know. I have no idea.
Is it cutting very slowly, or are you cutting very slowly?
It's cutting very slowly.
Okay, they probably need a different blade on there. Because I was cutting sandpaper with that blade. There's,
And it's red hard.
it's what?
It's red hard, but I think it's oh, yeah, you're probably right.
Okay, I could probably put another blade on there. I just feel bad because you're over there taking 5 minutes to cut that when it should take a minute. But we're not in a rush, so.
No.
And you didn't even burn the wood, so there you go.
No, but you can. I did a little bit in
Yeah.
the corner there.
Mm-hmm.
So it actually, yeah, it did.
It's okay. I know a lot of people don't like them, but that's one of the reasons I started 3D printing dragons, was to give the kids something else to look at rather than grabbing spindles off the table and sword fighting with them. So, I think I'm done printing dragons. I think I got 30 or 40 of them for the next show. I think I'm done with that. Unless they sell out real quick, then I'll be forced to make more. All right, next piece of wood. We got a piece of red heart. Very pretty wood. So I'm going to drill those holes. Just 4 of them. Not really worth moving the camera. So I do run my scroll saw off a foot pedal, and I run this drill press off a different foot pedal, just to save wear and tear on the power switches. And it lets me have 2 hands on the product while I'm starting and stopping. So they make 2 different types of foot pedals. They have latching and then a dead man. There's different names for them as well. So the latching, you will step on it once and it'll turn it on. And then you can take your foot off it. And then there's a dead man where if you put your foot on and it turns the saw off, you take your foot off and it shuts it off. So right now I have the latching one on, so I click it on and then I can put my foot wherever and then click it again to shut it off. Now I will switch it to the dead man if I'm cutting out something with a whole bunch of internal cuts and a lot of little cuts. That way I'm just putting my foot down, turn the saw on, bring it off to shut it off. So both work. I have both here, so I can switch them if I need to, depending on what I'm making. Well, I still don't know what you're talking about, but...
To cut out that little arm, I didn't leave enough wood to clamp onto the thing, and I had to hold it manually, and then I just messed it up.
I gotcha.
It walked on me, so
No biggie.
I just tossed it.
That's all right. So I'm using this rat-tailed bastard file just to verify that the holes are centered to each other. And then I switch around and do it in both directions. It's a little check. Thank you.
Whoops. All right.
So yeah, Red Heart is really pretty. It deepens in color. We put an oil-based finish on here. And it gets real bright. So I'm very lucky. I live about a half hour away from a mill that sells a lot of exotic woods. And they also sell cutoffs. So I don't have to buy a $400 piece of Red Heart. I can buy a shorter length that is, $75 or whatever. And they do offer some machining services, so I can get a piece of wood planed and sanded to a specific thickness. I mean, they charge you. But sometimes, it's worth the money. Because what they can do in a half hour would take me 2 hours to do. So, they just have much bigger equipment. What's that?
Do you want ketchup or ranch with your chicken?
No.
And I gave you a piece of apple.
I see that. What am I? What am I, a horse?
You're welcome. I'm gonna sit down.
Ooh, go ahead. Take a break. Take a nap. So how you guys doing today? Are you enjoying your Saturday? So on Amazon Prime here in the States, Packers versus Bears. So it's a very old rivalry. It's like the oldest rivalry in the NFL. So, yeah, Chicago calls us cheeseheads, and we call them fibs, which stands for effin, Illinois, and then a child born out of wedlock. There we go. I don't watch sports. But you have to watch that one game. Don't get me wrong, I've been to, I think, 3 Packers game at Lambeau Field. So if you guys are just joining us, we are cutting out Turkish drop spindles that are used to spin yarn on the scroll saw. In a few minutes, we'll be going back to the lathe to make the shafts for these. So this is what one looks like before sanding, but this is 2 arms on the bottom, and then there is a shaft that goes through them. And you use these to spin yarn. So here's one example that I've been spinning on. So that's a yarn I spun. So this is my day job. This channel is more beginner to intermediate woodworking, a lot of scroll saw stuff, hence the scroll saw. The saw I'm using is a 21-inch Pegasus precision scroll saw. This is more of a prosumer professional scroll saw. I also have the Bauer that I've had that for about a year, which is pretty much a clone of this saw, this style saw. And then I also have a 16-inch buck tool, which is very similar to this saw. It's just 16 inches rather than 21 inches from the front to from the blade to the back of the saw. I'm not sure what's going on with that saw. Buck Tool sent me to do a review, and then they haven't had it in stock since November, so I'm not sure what's going on, which sucks because it's a decent saw. Hello! How's Salvador doing today? Hope you're having a pleasant Saturday. Hello, L. Welcome in. We got 2 more red heart ones here, and then we got the bird's eye maple. But I think after we're done with the next 2, we'll jump over on the lathe and start making shafts. We'll save the bird's eye maple for later. Not in a huge rush, we'll put it that way. Because this is all gravy for me. Because the way I have my schedule written out is, you know, the weekends I don't have anything planned, so this will get me a little bit ahead. Take the pattern off. So I do put magnets on my pencils. That way if I set them down, they don't slide. So this saw here I have at an angle. So if I set things down on it, they will slide off. But yeah, so the reason I have it pitched down is it's more comfortable. I'm sitting on a computer chair, so by doing it this way, things will, little bits and pieces will slide off, and it's more comfortable. I think it's a little bit more ergonomic. My other 2 saws are just sitting flat, but I spend the majority of my time on these, than the saw here. Raphael, how's it going? Welcome in. So 1 more red heart one to cut. Maybe we'll drill the holes on the bird's eye maple, and then we'll hop on the lathe and start turning. But, you know, it's very comfortable sitting here. You have to stand up like a caveman. So the whole like a caveman thing, it's kind of an inside joke. When Vicky's son was like, I want to say 10 or 11, Vicky was at work, I was at home, and we had a power outage. So he was all upset that he couldn't play his video games and watch TV and stuff. So I'm like, okay, I got a battery bank here. you can plug your cell phone in and you can play in your cell phone. And he was like, oh, now I gotta watch movies on my cell phone like a caveman. He don't get me wrong, he's going places. College isn't one of those places. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe cavemen had cell phones. I don't know. Who knows? Maybe next year he'll get the FIFA Peace Prize. This is the bird's eye maple. We're just gonna cut this piece in half-ish. I got 2 pieces to cut in half-ish, and then we're just gonna drill the holes, just so I don't have to do that later. See a little bird's eyes? Oh, that's pretty exciting. There we go. Let's over. So I keep these on doweling. So I have a dowel, and then I put a little stopper on there, and then this 2x4 I can set them on, and then the rest of the tables I have holes in. So it's all about keeping them organized and keeping them together. You know, the arms come in pairs, so you got to keep them paired up. Alright, let's go check on the 3D printers. I think there's probably like 10 minutes left. So we got 14 minutes left on this one. 17 on the green one. And then probably 17, 16 on this dichromatic filament one. So yeah, these are new. They've never been for sale before. So this is basically my wooden standard, just in plastic. So we'll see how these go over. It's going to be a less expensive option. come over here. Hey, Kiki, how's it going? Welcome in. How are we doing today? Good to see you again. So we're just switching from the scroll saw back to the lathe, so I'm just trying to get all my plugs and everything moved over. Come up here, get this wire out of my way. There we go. Crocheting, a new technique. Indian tear or something. Nice. Not familiar with that. I'm good. You know, it's Saturday. I don't have to be here. But getting some stuff knocked out. I'm finally starting to feel better. The last week has been just, ugh. You gotta do something with your tons of spindle. I hear ya. So I still got that clown puke skein that I have no idea what I'm gonna do with. I don't know if I'm addicted to the workshop or just trying to get ahead. Spoiler: there's no such thing as getting ahead. Well, we just Vicky did a half day one day, I did a half day another day. So, it's not like we're behind schedule. Today's actually kind of fun because I don't have to. So, for New Year's, I'm making 3 top whirls a day, 3 supported a day, 1 Scottish, and 12 Turks. So, it's a couple days where we didn't get those made. So. But yeah, today I can make whatever I want to. Right? But Marina was awesome. I can draw lines and everything. It's amazing. I can even write in cursive. It's amazing. Just don't ask me to write a cursive Z. I've kind of got the whole Billy Madison squiggle. I don't know. I have a corner-to-corner blanket that I haven't touched in probably a year. Try using your left hand. Yeah, so Vicky came along today too. She laid out a bunch of spindles for me, and she said she was going to sand, but last I looked, she's laying down on the couch watching TV. So. Oh nope, she just walked across the room. Yeah, on the weekends, it's more of a clubhouse. So a new technique that didn't work out. But you made it work out. That's the important part. So this is Red Heart. We just cut this out on the scroll saw. It's just gorgeous. Once this gets sanded, oh, forget about it. You know, I've never run across saddlewood. It's not something that comes up around here. The mill that I buy stuff from hasn't had Osage orange in like 2 years, and that stuff grows in Texas. I mean, they used to have kingwood too, like 4 or 5 years ago. Gorgeous. It's a rosewood. It's kind of purpley. Just gorgeous stuff. So I asked if they're ever going to get it again. They're like, no. They buy their wood at auctions. And apparently they had to buy a whole pallet, a whole bunch of different woods they didn't want to get the kingwood. Yeah, they haven't had Wangave for like a year either. right? So it's like a huge, like Navajo kind of spindle. Well, I guarantee you neither were the original ones. I have not. My lathe is too small. Happens to the best of us. Now, I'm pretty good about reading people. Every once in a while, I'll misread people, and then then there's a lot of awkwardness. So, anyway, no. It's not the size of the lathe, it's how you use it. Nah, I gotta be in person. Gotta be in person. Well, usually at shows, at festivals, if it's a group of 3 or more, usually they're there to have a good time. Right? It's a little lathe that could. I'm gonna have to tape that if it falls again. Grr. Next topic. Good lathe. Kind of want to check on the 3D printers again. I don't think they're done though. We'll give them a gander. Oh, that one's done. How's the weather? It's kind of snowy and 32 degrees. It was snowing earlier. Nope, not snowing anymore. So yeah. So I'm working and Vicky is watching TV and eating an apple. Which is perfect. You live in Belgium, you're not used to it? Yeah, I'm in Wisconsin, so we're pretty far north. Oh, no, I ran out of filament. It didn't finish. It got jammed. Wah, wah, wah. Alright, so the other two only have a couple minutes left. That one should be done. But I don't think we're going to wait for it. But I do have a few here. Let's grab a couple of these. Yeah, so somebody wanted this spindle, but out of plastic, so I designed this one yesterday. We have 2 cats. We love cats and other people's dogs. We don't want a dog of our own, but we'll be more than happy to play with somebody else's dog. You know, we do festivals all over the country, so we'll be gone for, you know, over a week at a time. You know, 6 to 12 times a year. So it wouldn't be fair to get a dog and shove it in a kennel all the time. No doggy daycare for us. You know, the cats, you know, they're good for a few days. My son can stop by and feed them, you know, not a big deal. Used to be a cat lover, and now you have a poodle? That's like the polar opposite. Like a big poodle or a smaller one? A medium size? Yeah, some of the larger ones, the larger breeds, can be pretty vicious. Depends on the dog. A kid I went to school with, his grandma had a larger poodle and just attacked him. He had a lot of facial reconstructive surgery. Yeah, I don't even know. And it was his grandma's dog, so. They might all be sweethearts except for that one. I don't know. My sister had Rottweilers, and those were like the best dogs ever. just a little guy. Hey, Seti, welcome in. Hey, we made it 2 hours into the stream. Yeah, right? Do I dream about spindles? Not recently, but I used to. I still keep a piece of paper. I keep a pad of paper and a pencil by the bed because sometimes I get ideas when I'm not quite awake yet. But yeah, I'll sit there and I'll visualize stuff before I fall asleep. Or I'll dream about something and then immediately forget it. Yeah, my Destiny spindles came to me in a dream. Those are the 3D printed ones with the weights on them. Do you have any new inventions? Yeah, nothing lately. A lot of it's just been refining things I already have. I mean, the next big projects I have a electric spinning wheel in the works. I don't know if it's just going to be for myself or if I'm going to sell them. And then I would like to start making a spinning wheel as well. Glow in the dark is LED. No, they're just they just glow in the dark. I think those two should be done. You got the new Nano? Nice. The original one. Actually, I got the 1.5. So the one with it's got a bigger motor than the first one. And then I got the 6.1 as well. Just electric EO wheel. Yeah, dichromatic. Yeah, so that's glow in the dark there. I like the 6.1. It runs nice. You know, it's got slightly larger bobbins on it. You know, the Nano is great. I use that to make really, really fine stuff. Oh, you got the Ashford with like the pancake motor. That's a nice spindle. That's a nice wheel too. Relax, watch If you gotta go home, just let me know. The motor broken since your new one? Yeah. Well, it's got a lot of more mass too, though. To be fair, you talk about a little wheel and a huge wheel. Hey, Em, welcome in. How are we doing today? So yeah, I'm trying to get a little bit more used to the CNC machine before I start prototyping those, so it'll be a while. And the fact that I'm super busy right now with spindles, I can't really complain about, you know. Oh, drats, I have to make spindles, you know. Yeah, I plan on using a CNC machine to cut out the spinning wheels. Well, I don't have a vacuum, so that's clamp. So yeah, so it's a 2 foot by 4 foot bed. And then it does have a spindle on it, so it's not a router, so it doesn't make a whole ton of noise. But yeah. No, I won't. So I just got a bit 0, so that zeroes everything and finds the origin. So you put that on, and then you bring the spindle down into it, and it'll touch the sides and come and touch the top. So yeah, so yeah. So the assembly on it wasn't so bad. Yeah, so it uses end mills. So that's a compression bit. So that's for cutting all the way through an item and then going around, cutting through the whole thing at once. So it doesn't tear off the top or the bottom. Oh yeah, always. So the vacuum on it does a very good job. So it comes down here to a separator. And then I've got, this is running a Stealth Sonic DeWalt vacuum. This thing is about half the volume. That's half the volume of our normal shop vac. So this is nice and quiet. So if you go to a similar size shop vac, The majority of the noise just comes from the actual bit chewing on the wood. So yeah, it's a nice quiet vacuum. So I'll show you. So I've been making these little catch-all trays. It goes as fast as you tell it to go. So as I'm still trying to figure it out. So the big 2-yard nitty knotties are cut on that as well, and then I laser engrave. You know, the sheep spinning. And then I also use that for making the new top whorls. So, yeah, that whorl is CNC cut, and then there's a sublimated board that gets inserted into there. So we can just put different... This is one of the older ones that was cut on the laser engraver compared to the one that was cut on the CNC machine. So yeah, so you can, you know, put whatever image you want to on them. Which I thought was kind of neat. How am I doing on fairs, like festivals? We're doing, like, I think we're doing 7 this year. So yeah, the catch-all trays are really nice on the CNC machine. Oh yeah, and then the top whorls. So these have been machined already. So that one you just laser engrave the top. And then this is what the sublimated ones look like. And then that disc sits inside. What's the farthest have we driven? Well, we're in Wisconsin. The farthest we drove was like Texas. I think that was about 18 hours. This year we're doing a show in California in October. So we're actually going to fly to that show. It's going to be a test. Yeah, most of our shows are usually between 12 and 14-hour drives. We do Wisconsin Sheep and Wool, which is an hour drive. Minnesota's like 6. And then we do a few shows in North Carolina, so that's a little bit more. And then you have to drive back too, yeah. So doing a weekend show in North Carolina is going to be a week. So everything's got to get shut down for that week. California would be a lot longer. That's like driving, you know. I haven't even looked. That'd be days of driving. You know. North Carolina, I only drive like 8 hours a day. I'm not a spring chicken anymore. I can't, drive 14 hours at a crack. So, you know, a couple days to get there, a couple days to get back. So what we're going to do for the plane is we're going to just bring the spindles. We're not going to have all our racks. We're only going to do a 10 by 10 with a table in the front. So it's going to be a very stripped down. It's going to be a test. So we'll see how many that we can put on in suitcases. We might ship some stuff there. We'll see. But if that show goes over really well, you know, we'll drive the year after. It's just really hard when, like, Texas, we're not doing this year. We did it like the last 3 or 4 years, I think. I think it was 3. But the money wasn't good enough for the amount of time that it took to get there, you know? Just a lot of expenses. Yeah. I mean, it's great if you can make. We'll just pull a number, like, let's say $5,000 in a weekend. It's great you can make $5,000, but if it costs you $3,000 to get there, you're only making $2,000. Yeah, it's just one of those things. Ever considered an RV? Well, we really don't have a place to put it. Oh yeah, the taxes, materials, yeah. And you gotta, send sales tax into multiple states, and you do one show a year, but you have to. Some of them, they want monthly reports. Ugh. Some states are easy. I like how Mississippi does it. For Mississippi, at the end of the show, you have to fill out a form, and you have to pay the taxes right away to the whoever put the show on. It's their responsibility to pay the taxes. So the way it used to be, if you were selling out of state, they did not have to pay the state taxes. That is no longer the case. That's one of the reasons we like Etsy so much. They take care of all of that. Same as Shopify. And I'm not sure how, there's a scale. Like, you have to sell X amount in the state before it kicks in. Oh, yeah. So, yeah, most states, when I do a show, they pay the sale tax for that state. And then I have to pay either monthly, quarterly, or yearly. Yeah, and needless to say, Vicky's an accountant, so she has an accounting degree, so she takes care of all that stuff. Happy New Year to you as well. Yeah, I've been, like, the last couple of weeks, it's been either I'm not feeling well or I'm feeling very not well. So, yeah, it's been very sporadic as far as me live streaming. I'm going to tape that thing. Yes, she. It works out well. It really does. I have given up much of the business decision making to her. So it frees me up to do this. This is what I'd rather be doing. So this is better than working for somebody else, right, honey? Yeah. We're just talking about taxes, and I'm like, you'd have to ask Vicky. She's more familiar on taxes. Right, I bet. Are you gonna sand? No. Okay. Because I'm fine with you hanging out and watching TV. That's fine. Does sound like a good idea. Oh yeah. I have no decision making on your TV watching. I get it. Yep. So it's just kind of shared responsibilities. I mean, now she's just showing off sanding. She's not even turning her exhaust on. What's that? Yeah, so I have a large dust extractor in the next room over. Vicky has a smaller one that sits next to her sanding station. So this phone does a very good job of with the audio. Plus, I also try to keep my phone like right at my mouth height, so I'm kind of talking into the microphone. Nah, we don't have any physical way of determining the amount of dust in the air. You know, I'm not concerned about this stuff. It's a real fine dust, so you know when I'm sanding, it's getting sucked in here. Yeah, it's a real fine dust that's going to get you. Yeah, so I'm going to sand a little bit. So when I'm sanding, you can, I don't know if you can, but I can see it. All the real fine dust is going in there. Plus we have 12-foot high ceilings in here. Yeah, the coffee. Catch you later, right? The back room here, as far as the amount of dust goes, I mean, I tend to blow things completely off and do all the dusting usually about once every 2 weeks. It's not a ton. Some will settle. Oh yeah, MDF, yeah, that's nasty to begin with. So you're literally talking sawdust and glue. You know, we do have dust masks, depending on what we're doing. I've got a respirator, too. If I'm working with some rosewoods, I'll be wearing a respirator. Just because it really messes with me. Yeah, MDF. Yeah, any particle board, not great. Well, a lot of the adhesives that are used for particle board has, trying to think, embalming fluid in it. No need to embalm, right? That one is no good. So we'll try that again. I mean, I have dust extraction on my scroll saw as well, but I don't want to listen to a vacuum cleaner all day long either. So. Didn't you have one in the other room? Oh, the vacuum, the extractor? Yeah, that's this one. Yep, so the extractor in the other room, I'll use for a bunch of equipment over on this side. And then I have tools in the other room as well that I use that extractor for. Yeah. So there's Vicky's little extractor, which comes up to here. And then I showed you the vacuum over there for the CNC machine. That's just for general cleaning. That one's for cleaning. That one's hooked up into the bandsaw. Come over here. That one's on the router. And then That's the pipe that comes out from the other room. So I'll hook it up into here as well. And there's the big one. So I'll use that in here for the planer and for the drum sander in the back there. So since it's just me and Vicky, I'm only using one tool at a time. And since we're renting here, I can make pellets. Yeah. So. Yeah, I changed that bag out 2 days ago. I do make little fire starters for myself. So I do have to order more wax. With dust and Vaseline, I'm sure that would work too. Yeah, I use paraffin wax. And then I use those little cups, those little paper cups that they used to have in the bathrooms all the time. And a cup that size, 7/8 full, will burn for like 15 minutes. So we've got a fireplace. We burn, you know, a lot of all the scrap. Well, we're just using it at home. We only camp a couple times a year. So what we'll do is we'll take, you know, a little fire starter. You know, I fill up 7/8 of the way full, so there's about that much on the top of the rim that isn't. I'll usually tear that a little bit to give me like a wick to get it started. Put that on the bottom, and then we use thermal labels on our packages going out. On the back of the thermal labels is like a wax paper, so we'll save that as well. We'll just put a couple handfuls of the wax paper on top, and then for kindling, we use a lot of our little wood scraps here. Put that on top, light it, and walk away. And yeah, come back and we'll have a fire going. Throw some logs on top, and away you go. I did make one for campfires. I made one in Danish cookie tin, one of those big metal tins. So that one's going to be thrown in there, and that's going to burn probably for a half hour, if not longer. Yeah, so as far as an RV goes, something with a toy hauler on the back would be perfect. You know, because the whole toy hauler section could just be for product. Fire is kind of neat. Yeah, so we currently have a it's a Ford Transit Connect. So it's like a small van, which is a good size until I start selling spinning wheels. Then we might have to start pulling a trailer or getting a larger van. Get something kind of sprinter size would be ideal. The nice thing about the spindles is they don't take up much room. Yeah. Yep, just a very small van. You know, but we have to pack all our own tables, and, you know, there's a lot of other things besides product. Yep. So the one we got is too small to camp out of. The bed's not big enough in the back. Actually, I could show it to you. I could stick the phone out the window. Yep, in order to camp out of it, it'd have to be the next size up. So, yeah.
She was beaten down, and she was actually left for dead.
So it's definitely not huge. Yeah. Not if I tow. Well, the bed's not very big. I knew I was too far away. So yeah, this phone here, it does not have cell service. So yeah, it's very compact. You can fit one pallet in there if you really wanted to. Yes, that would not be fun. I sucks to have to get LP all the time, but it's better than freezing. You know, with a large enough RV, if you have a big enough toy hauler, I could have a mobile spindle factory in the back. We could go campground to campground making plaques for the people who have permanent RV spots. It's a hard knock life. Oh, it sucks that you're stuck there. I hope everything turns out all right. Right? As long as you got yarn, you're good, right? So on Wednesday, 6 p.m. Central Standard Time, on the Snyder Spindles account, we're actually going to live stream making stuff like spinning, and I might do a little crocheting or knitting. Just kind of hang out in the front room on the couch. Oh, nice. So are those very light? That's not bad. When it's too late to do anything about it? Yeah. We are built for crazy stuff. You're talking to a spindle maker, for God's sake. I'm this close to becoming a candlestick maker. There you go. Not me. No. I have a list of equipment I want, and I'm perpetually broke. It's a beautiful thing. So I would like to get a different laser engraver. Hey Nick, how's it going? Welcome in. Welcome back. So yeah, I want a specific laser engraver to do a very specific thing that would help the product line out. And then I would like to get a different 3D printer that can print both TPU and PLA or PETG at the same time. So I can print solid things with flexible joints on them. I still remember you. The trick is not to spend money, but there's so many cool things to spend money on. And there's this bandsaw that I'd like to get. Right? Oh, no. You know, she's holding the purse strings. So it's one thing at a time. Once I get the CNC machine paid off, then I can get the laser engraver. When I get that paid off, then I can get, you know, the 3D printer. And then I can get the bandsaw. Oh, yeah. Well, the bills are paid. So the big thing is, you know, whatever you purchase has to pay for itself. Do I have Discord? I do not. That seems too logical. So Discord is kind of like your own personal forums, basically. So you can do a bunch of stuff on it. You can have like voice chats with people, and you can share files back and forth. I used to have a Discord for Snyder Spindles back when I used to stream a lot on, well, here on YouTube, but also on Twitch. I'm not sure about that. Well, my email address is on there. You know, if you want to send a picture on snyderspindles@gmail.com. Well, a lot of like the messages and stuff are I think they're pretty much one-sided. I don't know if you can post pictures or I'm not sure. You know, I've gone from live streaming when I used to use, like a 5 camera setup, where I'd have a face camera and a tool camera, and then Vicky would have a face camera and a tool camera, and then we'd hit, depending on the station you were working at. Yeah. And now I'm just back to a cell phone. Makes for a much easier setup. Do you have to glue this paper anymore? I think it's like five sheets thick now, so it's pretty firm by itself. I haven't been on AliExpress for a long time. Yeah, it seems like AliExpress and like Temu, they're just so frickin', I don't know, scammy. If I want to go on the site and buy something, I want to buy something. I don't want to have, you get $100 of free items as long as you got 5 minutes to do that and go. No, I want to look for specific items. I'm not looking for a USB powered back scratcher. I'm looking for something else. Yeah. Seen there for a while. I was getting stuff from Temu like twice a week. It is. And then, a lot of the stuff, the quality isn't what you think it would be. But it was so damn cheap, you're not going to bother sending it back. That too. Although I have gotten some pretty cool shirts off Temu. Yeah, I used to get a lot of 3D printing parts off AliExpress way back in the day. I'm looking at my computer screen here, and it says I've been streaming for 2 hours. I'm like, no, I've been streaming for 3.5 hours. What's going on? I'm going to refresh my page. Best laid plans. Yeah, everything seemed to be working. like I noticed, like, I was looking, it's like, oh, like 35 people are watching. I'm like, oh, that kind of sucks. And then I refresh, it's 7 people. Now it's 13, so yeah. I think you might have dropped out there for a little bit. Yeah, that's true. Yeah. So, we'll try this. Hello and welcome back, guys. How's it going? If you're new to the stream, my name is Scott. I make stuff. So today we're working on making some Turkish spindles. These are actually for my day job. I run SnyderSpindles.com. I'm a full-time spindle maker / fiber tool maker from North Fond du Lac, Wisconsin. I've been doing this full-time since 2013. I've always had a love of woodworking, and I'm very blessed to be able to do this for a living. This channel here is usually a beginner to intermediate woodworking projects. Right now we've been working on the scroll saw. I do have some lathe videos as well. I tend to do project videos. I do some review videos as well. But it's really not why I'm live streaming. I'm getting a little disheartened with TikTok. It seems like the people that are selling things don't understand how things work. They've been selling a crappy scroll saw for like the past, I don't know, month or so. And every person who's demonstrating how it works doesn't know how it works. So, a little frustrating. But anyway, I digress. Right? My partner, who is watching TV right now and cuddled up on the couch. Job. This is what I'd be doing regardless. I haven't been streaming much for the last week. We've been a little bit under the weather. Right? Come on, brains. You can do it. Yeah, so as far as these spindles go, these are called Turkish spindles. We cut these out earlier on the stream on the scroll saw. Now we're making the shafts. The next step is going to be to sand and balance them. And then we will laser engrave the business name, the wood type, and the weight of the spindle on the bottom. Yeah, you gotta do what you gotta do. I'm this close to asking Vicky to make coffee. And the reason I asked Vicky to make coffee is, I don't know what it is. She's just magical with her coffee making abilities. My coffee fails to be as good, which I don't understand because we're using the same measuring cups. Actually, I'm gonna go ask her. She said yes. Yeah, the actual weight of the spindle. Yep. So I'll put it in grams and in ounces. I need coffee on the spindle. That'd probably be a good idea. Because we all need coffee. I'm going to redraw my lines on here. They're getting a little illegible. I mean, I mix spindles with marijuana leaves on them. Coffee's just the next logical step. Might be a little, yeah, tea or decaf would probably make sense. Yeah, it's 3:38 p.m. here. We also have K-cups here, where if Vicky's not here, I'll just make coffee with a K-cup. I'm not that way. Oh. Bought a nice teapot on AliExpress. Nice. I don't know. I have an electric kettle where it's got a removable base. So the base is plugged in and you just take the kettle off. I really like it. And it automatically shuts itself off. So I used to work for a defense contractor, a vehicle manufacturer. And when we made vehicles for the British Army, they had a tea kettle that was in the truck. And it was somebody's job to make sure it could boil water within X amount of time. Because it was one of the stipulations for them purchasing the vehicle, is that they need this teapot to boil water in X amount of time. Here in America, we don't really have teapots in our vehicles. I much prefer to this to assembling military vehicles. We'll put it that way. So that job, I had to pass a military background check. Which I think is a little silly. So I can't share any secrets, I suppose, but yeah, in the United States, military vehicles do not have any emission or volume restrictions. Well, welcome back. So military vehicles tend to be very, very, very loud, and they run very, very, very dirty. So yeah, so where I worked, we made military vehicles, we made cement trucks, we made the big snow plows that they use at airports. We also assembled strikers, which were the big firefighting trucks that were used in airports to put out airplane fires. So they'd have basically an arm that could pierce into the airplane and then deploy foam to put out fires inside of airplanes. I'm talking about what I did before I did this. I worked assembling vehicles for Oshkosh Truck. So I did that for like 6 years before they laid me off. They finished up a government contract and went from having 2 shifts to 1 shift. I was there 6 years. I was laid off in the 3rd round of layoffs. Oh, does he work for Pierce Manufacturing? Yeah, Pierce is owned by Oshkosh Truck. They're the same company. Coffee's going? Awesome. Thank you so much. So the big difference between Oshkosh Truck and Pierce, Oshkosh was unionized, Pierce was not. So okay. That's fine. Are you okay on the couch? Okay. Watching TV. So they didn't make as much money as the union workers did. Yeah, I worked on the assembly line. The last few years I worked in the final lube rack. So this is a small lathe. So it's a 12/16. So I can turn a 12-inch diameter bowl in it or turn something 16 inches. But that's if you're not using the chuck. The chuck takes a few inches off, and so it's relatively small things. But for me, this is like the Goldilocks size. Does it have a feed through? So you're asking if there's a hole that runs between here? Yes, but it's only like it's less than 3/8 of an inch. So there's really, it's pretty useless. In millimeters, it's probably like, I don't know. Hang on. Like 7 or 8 millimeters, maybe? Okay, like 9 millimeter. Because this will go all the way through. This here is starts out at like 13 millimeters and it won't fit through there, so. Yeah, this is a wood lathe. Yeah, it's not big enough to get a piece big enough through. Yeah, and prior to putting trucks together, I worked at Quad Graphics. I put magazines together. I did that for almost 13 years. I was the first operator on a big machine. Not graphic design. The company was Quad Graphics. It was a bindery. When I left, they were the third largest bindery in the Western Hemisphere. I think they're number 2 now. Yep, printing presses, yeah. Yep. So I worked in the finishing department. So they would come off the press, and then I'd put the magazines together. I worked on a drum stitcher, so I made the magazines with the staples in. They also had the perfect binders that are glued together. Yeah. So I did the staply magazines. So, yeah, the machine I used to work on did a lot of advertisements. So a lot of the inserts for newspapers, when you get like a store flyer, you know, that's like a book. We did a lot of that. Yeah, that kind of stuff. So my machine was the fastest stitcher they had, but it had limitations. So my machine had 6 pockets, so you can make a magazine with 6 signatures. So it's going to be a thinner magazine. But the machine I ran topped out at 40,000 books an hour, where if you go to a different style of stitcher, like a saddle stitcher, they would have tons of pockets, and they could do demographics, so they could put different parts of different magazines together, depending on what region of the country or whatever. Some publishers would have magazines where they didn't have really high subscription rates, so they would have 2 different titles that they could run at the same time. But those would max out at like 12,000 an hour. So my machine would be making like the inserts for stuff, but let's say Jerry Garcia died. When he died, within 3 days, we were putting that magazine together to get it out the door. We would do stuff for like National Geographic. If there was a tragedy that happened, we do stuff for them as well. Yeah, so it all depends on how much money you're spending on stuff. Back when the only adult thing we would make was Playboy. When the company first started, they printed whatever they could get their hands on, which was a lot of pornography. This was in the 70s, before me. And then as they grew, they kind of got rid of the stuff that nobody else would print. So when I left, they were printing Newsweek, National Geographic, Sports Illustrated. Yeah. So Sports Illustrated would do the swimsuit issue, and they used to have people guarding to make sure nobody would steal it. So they would have super crews for making Sports Illustrated, because they had to make the swimsuit issue, within a certain amount of time. So, normally I ran a multi-million-dollar machine, but when Sports Illustrated happened, they would grab me and they would put me on the line putting the product into the machine. So they would get super crews together, have like 2 or 3 machines running this, and they would get it all done, get it out the door, and it's kind of fun. But those were 12-hour shifts. That sucked. Yeah, when they started, they would print things that would make your head spin. Like, really? Yikes. Do you have creamer? Yeah. I think the people that were there before me, they would. There was one time that an adult magazine had a scratch and sniff section, and apparently working on that line was the most horrible line in the world. Just imagine adult scratch and sniff sticker. That's all you gotta imagine. Imagine having you sit there putting in piles of adult smelling scratch and sniff stickers. I'm glad I missed out on that one. Oh yeah. All right. Okay. Right. All right. I'm gonna go pour a cup of coffee. I'll be right back. Alright guys, sorry about that. I am back. There we go. So we have Harry Potter butterbeer flavored creamer. So this is one of the coffee. I can't show you the coffee cup because my hands are full. Let's see. When I left school, Thursday night was a job in the paper. The better paying jobs were going in the print industry and plastic injection molding, tool setting, right? That's really good. So, this is one of the cups that I sublimate. But I messed this one up. So I forgot to reverse it. So it works good for that. Let's see, I started at Quad Graphics in 19. Wow, I feel old starting in 1994. I was making $7.50 an hour because I had a 50-cent night premium for working 7 p.m. to 10 a.m. And by the time I quit, almost 13 years later, I was making 18 and a quarter. So I doubled the money I was making. So yeah, so that's my messed up cup. Normally the writing's the correct direction. Yeah. Times are different. I miss the 90s. I miss my body working the way it was supposed to. In 11 days, I will be 51 years old. And you know, I ran that machine probably for like 7 years. Probably closer to 8 or 9 years I ran that machine. Oh. And it wasn't the machine, it was people. $54, I'm catching up. I'll be 51. I was born in 1975. Oh, how many days? 11. 21st. Sorry. Yeah, I was 75. Vicky was 73. Yeah. Sneaks up on you. I was just happy when I was done paying child support. So, to put things in perspective, the workshop here is only a little bit more than what I was paying in child support. So I changed that child support for shop rent. Oh yeah, Buck Rogers, Battlestar Galactica, the A-Team, Knight Rider, Dynasty. Riptide? You guys remember Riptide? I think it was Riptide, the one that had the big pink helicopter. Airwolf? Nothing like a guy playing do you have a cello? And a attack helicopter. X-Files, heck yeah. I want to believe. The $1 Million Man. We have the technology. Marsha, Will, and Holly. The Living Dead 2, the first movie rented at the video store. Nice. Of course, I go with Land of the Lost. Man, I was too young for Land of the Lost. And the slee stack scared the shit out of me. These big-eyed, slow-walking lizard people. Oof. What was the miniseries? Was it Z? About the aliens that they would kind of look like, they would look like people, but they were secretly like lizard people that were eating everybody. Good times. The cable remote. My parents didn't need a cable remote. They had me. Zoop, zoop, zoop. Yeah, slee stacks, man. I don't know, but it leads me right into one of the worst, best movies ever made. And that would be They Live. So, we were on the way to work today, and a song came on the radio, and it was Faster Pussycat. And I'm like, you know where they got their name, right? From the movie Faster Pussycat, Kill, Kill, Kill. Which Vicky never heard of. And like, it's kind of like a Russ Meyer film, you know? Where it's like a female exploitation film. Nice. Yeah, we had a lot more freedoms growing up than kids do now. Or maybe not. We grew up feral, I tell ya. Right? It'll ruin your eyes. Yeah. Smoking everywhere, yes. Yeah, I wasn't a latchkey kid. My mom stayed home, but we lived on a kind of a hobby farm, so you get home from school, then you'd have to do chores. Yeah. Or tend to the garden. Oh yeah, the Sears catalog. Luckily, they did sell women's underwear and bras. My grandparents used to have an old Sears catalog hanging out in the outhouse. Yeah, my mother raised the kids. My dad worked in a stone quarry. My mother was a nurse who gave up nursing to raise 5 kids. 6 if you include my dad. One of 7. Yeah, I was 4 of 5. And I think we're gonna go over on the scroll saw. So I did want to try these out. Right? What's the point of having something that doesn't actually do what it's supposed to do? Right? My next door neighbors growing up, they were farmers. They had 12 kids. Can you guess what religion they were? All right. Mormon. Close. They were Catholic. You know, very anti-contraceptives. All right, we're going to switch the blade over. We were using this one. Oh, glue. Oh, box of matches. Nice. Used to be Catholic. Was raised Lutheran. Oh. I mean, if you're religious and you have faith and you're not hurting anybody, more power to you. I went to a Lutheran college. It was a different denomination, but yeah, I went to a religious college too. Yeah. And now I'm an atheist. It's kind of funny how that works. You're more of a Buddhist? You know, I would like to think that there's karma in the world, but you're watching some woodworkers making articulated Lowries from wood on YouTube. Compulsive watching. Sweet. Scale models. Nice. Ooh, I gotta show you a picture of a Lowry I used to make. Here we call them semis. I used to make these. Chop spindles on Saturday afternoon, right? So the cool thing about these um, tanks are not really the most durable things in the world. They're very anti-destruction, but yeah. So they drag the tanks around. This is called a het. It's a heavy equipment transporter. Now inside there, you could fit 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 people. I would want to say. So you got a driver and then a co-pilot, and then the entire tank crew can fit in this vehicle. And when the tank crew is not in the vehicle, the back folds down and it has 2 bunk beds, which is big enough to sleep 2 other people. So yeah. And if you're we occasionally you'd have to move them around, and if you pull up next to a person in the car, you know, it's way bigger than a normal semi. Nice. So yeah, I had that big bench seat in the back, and there's also seating on the sides too. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 passengers. What's the mileage on that? I think it's 5 or between 5 and 10. Gallons, miles per gallon. I don't even remember the engine that was in it. So it was an older vehicle, so it might have had a Detroit diesel engine in it. Most of the newer stuff all had Caterpillar engines. But like I said earlier, right? I went from mowing lawns and working on a farm when I was 12 to making magazines to putting vehicles together to making drop spindles. This has been my favorite job. Yeah, good old Caterpillar. Right? It's always been a thing where if you're up north, the joke is you can go down south and get any frickin' factory job you want to, because not as big of a work ethic in the deep south that's going on up north. So I don't know. I grew up where if you wanted to eat, you would work, right? You know, I had a kid when I was 20. So it was pretty much okay. Now you get to support a kid and a family. So it doesn't matter about your hopes and dreams. You do what you got to do to support your family. Right? It's nice and warm. Nobody wants to work. I mean, it's pitch black here, you know, at 5 p.m. This time of year. Well, now that I'm getting older. I am known to have a siesta or two. But that's because I work for myself. If I was working in a factory, that wouldn't happen. So. But, you know, as far as being, you know, self-employed, you also have to be self-motivated. Siesta. But, you know, that's why well, originally I had an air mattress at the shop. Just in case, you know. And, well, the air mattress doesn't like this environment. Oh, yeah. Yeah, factories can be a breeding ground for animosity and gossip. Yeah, factories tend to be worse than high school. That's just the way it works. Ugh. Yeah. You're a locksmith, Glazer? Out on the road, you enjoy my own company? Well, heck yeah. That's what you gotta do. Yeah, I'm it doesn't sound like it, but I'm very introverted. Very introverted. I'm okay with dealing with people at shows. That's fine. That's just, you put on your big boy pants and you mask yourself until you can't move anymore. But yeah. So yes. Yeah, I'm neurodivergent. Um, this hole is off. Might be able to save it. So, dealing with people is rough. Yeah. So my problem is, when I was little, they, said I had ADHD, and then I got a little bit older, and then oh no no no, he's just depressed all the time, and then they thought I was then oh all of a sudden I was dyslexic for a long time, and then on top of that they decided that I was bipolar too, so I don't know if they're just trying to find something that works with it, but yeah, it's crazy. Hey Jason, how's it going? So yeah, as far as that stuff goes, I am not on any medication. Um, when I was on medication, it was like I was allergic to a bunch of stuff, and when I was taking lithium, I just felt like nothing all the time. So I kind of felt like, yeah, it's plummeted. Yes, that's okay. Um, yeah, and lithium just made me feel like nothing all the time. And if that's how everybody else feels, I felt kind of sorry for everybody. So I have a very supportive girlfriend. And this kind of stuff, I can just shut my brain off and just kind of, this stuff, repetitive stuff like this is just what I was built for. Yeah. So yeah, I also I'm gonna get myself another cup of coffee here. I'll take you along for the ride. Yeah. Got a popcorn machine and an air fryer and a microwave and 2 coffee pots. And a pizza pizzazz. And a toaster. And then there's a hot plate behind there as well. So. Oh, I have been just stressing. Oh, yeah, it's hard. Yeah. I mean, I just, ugh. I don't understand how a lot of things are acceptable these days. So I'm trying my best not to doom scroll. The whole Gestapo ICE agents killing that girl in Minnesota hit a little bit too close to home. And then yesterday they shot 2 more people. So we'll see. Yeah. That's okay. It tastes good. That's what's important. And the butterbeer creamer. Not too bad. Hey, Six, how's it going? Welcome in. I hope so. Yeah, I want things to settle down and freaking tariffs to go away. I want my Canadian friends back. meant, meant the world. Yeah. You right? There's got to be a breaking point. Right? I'm in the half that they want back. All I have to say to my Canadian friends out there is elbows up. At least they're not laying back and taking it. You know, Donald Trump said himself, he loves the uneducated. Because if you possess critical thinking, he's screwed. Yes, I've been trying to limit screen time. Yeah, this whole icing is really just... But on a happier note, we're cutting bird's eye maple. Look at those little bird eyes. Once I sand this out, they'll pop out a lot more. Don't cut my fingers. I would have to get a Band-Aid out. That would suck. I don't think I have any finger cots here. I think they're all at home. I need to bring some finger cots here. But if I bring the finger cuts here, then I'm just saying, hey, I'm going to cut my finger. That's good coffee. Well, hopefully Spain doesn't have a lot of oil or rare earth minerals. Otherwise, we're going to have to take Spain too. We're coming after the rain that falls mainly in the plain. Spain has oil. Don't say that out loud. Oh no, they speak Mexican there. There you go. That's not good. Round them up. Oh, I hate what's going on. Not much oil, but olive oil, right? Hey, how's it going, Viking? Welcome in. How you doing today? So we are cutting out some Turkish spindles on the scroll saw today. We're actually got some bird's eye maple. So we're making Turkish spindles that are used to spin yarn. So here's an example of a completed one. So we turn the shafts on the lathe. These are hard maple. And then that one's not sanded or finished or whatever, but here's one that is. And this is a yarn that I spun on it. So this is wool. So you change this fluffy wool into yarn. And this is the first step. I would ply it to make it into cabled yarn. Then it would look like yarn you see at the store, rather than just having a single thread. So we make a bunch of different sizes. We're currently cutting some of the minis. So the smaller ones are for thinner yarns. So cobweb to lace weight, so super, super thin stuff. And that's the reason they're so tiny. What do I make with the yarn? Do I sell it? Well, the yarn that I spin for myself is for me. I will knit or crochet it or weave it. I'll use it eventually on something. So yeah, I'm more about making the tools than anything else. I'll do the tools. I'll help people learn how to spin. But We've just been so busy that I just don't have a lot of spinning time these days. You know, I'll spend a couple times a week, but not for hours and hours and hours. I do very little weaving. Yeah, very little weaving. I do have well, I made myself an inkle loom so I can make, you know, straps and stuff. And I do have I think it's a 16-inch rigid heddle, which I use as a yarn eater, you know. I'll make table runners and stuff like that. Right? I mean, spinning is great for shutting your brain off too. You know, I make a lot of spindles, but I also have quite a few wheels. There's a few up there. About half of them are functional. The other half are on the things to do list. Yeah, I don't have a card loom. I don't have. I could make some cards. That'd be interesting. I mean, you could just warp it up on like the rigid heddle. Go from there. So what are we doing now? We are cutting out Turkish spindles out of bird's eye maple. This is 1/2 inch. We got 5 more of these to cut, and then we'll see what's going on after that. Probably got about 15 minutes left in the stream. 7 live streaming for what? For almost 5 hours. So now we're getting a lot of talking and less cutting. Which isn't a bad thing, it's just, yeah. No, please don't. I'll fall asleep. Please continue to talk. Let's talk about all the oil that Spain has to give to the United States. All right, so as far as the patterns go, we put down blue painter's tape and then we use spray adhesive to glue a paper pattern on. That way I have a clean pattern for each one. You know, I could trace a template, but this is much better. The reason that we use the blue painter's tape is it sticks out like a sore thumb. Yeah, this is a 21-inch Pegasus. Unfortunately, the name has been scratching off, but yeah, so it's Pegasus. It's a 21-inch or is it 500? Yeah, 535 millimeter saw. So from the blade to the back of the saw is 21 inches. Yep, this is a very nice saw. I do production, so I can rationalize that. So I do have a 22-inch Bauer from Harbor Freight, which is an inch bigger. It's a clone of the style saw. I've had it for about a year. It's a great saw. And then I also have a 16-inch buck tool, which is also a double parallel arm saw. It's actually made by the same factory that makes the Bauer, which is Shenzhen out of China. They're solid saws, they really are. So this one was about $1,000 without the stand. The Bauer is like $280, I want to say. And then the Bauer is like $350. So basically, between the Bauer and the buck tool, the Bauer's 22 inches. The buck tool is 16. But if you pay for the 2-year warranty on the Bauer, they're like $20 apart from each other. So. So the Bauer, actually, I did a review for Buck Tool. I made a video, so I did not pay for that saw. So they sent me the saw. Well, I bought it on Amazon. They reimbursed me for it. And they've been out of stock since November. So I don't know why they sent me the saw to review. They're not going to actually have any for sale. So it's a good saw if they ever decide to sell it. So I bought this saw in April of 2022. And I've had literally no problems with it. I had to tighten up some bolts on it. I've had to rebuild the chuck and replace these knobs a couple times. That's just normal wear and tear items. But as far as the saw itself, it's been no issues. It's very similar. They're made in the same factory, the Pegas are. The big difference with the Pegas are the Pegas heads. They're anodized aluminum. So they're a lighter weight. It's supposed to give you some benefit, and it's supposed to help with vibration. Granted, you know, the two other saws I have here, the Bauer and the Buck Tool, you can buy this chuck and put it on those saws as well. So yeah, very similar. So Seiko, Excalibur, King used to be made in this factory. Now the new King saws are actually made by Sen, which is making the Bauer and Buck Tool. So I don't know why King would switch, but... Yep, so these were made in Taiwan, where the other saws I was talking about are made in China. Different factories. Very similar, you know, DeWalt and Black and DeWalt and Delta scroll saws are made in the same company. Hello, Previet. We are making drop spindles for spinning yarn. So we're making some little wooden things. So they look like this when they're done. So we are currently cutting out, these are the minis. These are the smallest ones I make. They're tiny. Yep. So this is what I do for a living. I've been doing this almost 13 years. I'm doing good. How are you? You're from the Ukraine. Well, welcome in. And just so you know, a lot of Americans support you guys. All right? Don't let the propaganda tell you they're not. It's our president is a piece of shit. So, what can you do? Right? Oh yeah. He's constantly saying that, oh, I won in a landslide. No, he did not win in a landslide. I don't know. You know, I have nothing but love for the Russian people, but not for Putin. And Donald Trump really sure loves Putin because he wants to stay president forever as well. And look at me, I can invade Venezuela to get all those drugs out that aren't there. Oh, by the way, we're just going to keep their oil. Bullshit. But I digress. You know, just they can keep Chernobyl and leave. Granted, they weren't taking care of that either, were they? You know, I try not to get political and talk about politics or religion, but I don't know. These days, I don't know what else we can do. I mean, at what point does being complicit, um, is okay? You know. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm frustrated. I'm talking way too fast. So, basically, what I'm saying is most of America supports Ukraine. And it's a shame that our president loves Putin and wants to be Putin. Rolls out the red carpet for Putin. Right? I know. It's just. It's just way 1930s Germany here. Three equal branches of government that are losing control because nobody's fighting against the president. They're already trying to prevent people from voting in the midterms. So, what's the point? All right, guys. On that point, I am gonna go make some dinner, and I promise next time I won't get into politics. But it's perfectly fine for masked individuals to run around with guns and snatch people off the street and throw them into a minivan. That's perfectly fine by me. All right, guys. Thank you so much for hanging out with me. I really appreciate it. I'll probably be back on Monday, so we'll have a good one. We'll talk to you later.